'cause there's no time to waste. This month isn't just for Kindle peeps to participate. Get your backlog rounded up and pick the ebooks you think you'll be able to get finished, so your backlog will shrink. We're about to do the crazy thing that only we do. It's a month of endless sprinting from Dakota for you, our friends, and we will sprint 24 hours a day, so you can read your e-reader the whole month of May. KuKi, we're getting KuKi. It's time for KuKi Mayhem with all of your friends. KuKi, time to get KuKi. KuKi ends with mayhem. KuKi. KuKi Mayhem, grab your ebook and read it. It's time for KuKi Mayhem with all of your friends. KuKi, time to get KuKi. KuKi ends when they end. KuKi. KuKi Mayhem, grab your ebook and read it.
All right. Hello, everyone. How are we? We have some friends tonight. I'm very excited. How are we all?
Good.
Good. Nicole is on mute.
Hello. How are we? Starting off well. I'm on mute. I've just been running around everywhere trying to get everything done and all the things. So, yeah.
Nice.
I've been super busy today.
What are you reading tonight? What's everybody reading today? Let us know.
I am thinking that I'm going to be reading A Black Lily by Juliet Cross. Juliet Cross is one of my favorite indie authors.
Right.
She wrote the Stay a Spell series, which has Wolf Gone Wild, Resting, Witch Face, all these sort of real different titles and all the rest of it. And this is one before that, I believe. So I want to tackle some of the back catalogue of Juliet Cross. So, yeah, I do have her stuff on my shelf. So, but they're way over there. But it was one of my favourite series. So it has novella, and it's a group of witches and other shifters and paranormal, I guess, whatever you want to call them. And each one is a different thing. So there's vampires in it, there's werewolves in it, but it's mainly focused around the witch family, and it's set in New Orleans. So it's a fun time read. Like, it's nothing too serious, but it's a fun time read. A little bit of spice, not too spicy. And you just have a really good fun time with them. So yeah, so I'm hoping that Black Lily will be the same. So I have no idea what it's about, but the series, I can't remember what it's called, but all of the books are different colors. So this one's Black Lily, there's Emerald Lily, Red Lily, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I'm hoping that I can enjoy it, and then there'll be another series that I can read of hers. Yeah.
Perfect. Excellent. What are you reading tonight, Jamie?
I'm going to be focusing on Battle of the Big Bang by Nayesh Afshadi. and Phil Halper. And it's cosmology, so astrophysics and kind of how we know, or what can we know about the beginning of the universe and how the universe is structured, how space and time work, all that fun stuff. So for me, it's a fun read. It's my reward for finishing some of the other arcs I was less excited about. So I'm doing that. And then I have a print book that I've been supposed to be finished with by now called Broken America. But I got totally off track and finished Educated way sooner than Broken America.
What did you think of it?
I had enough to say about it that I did my reading update today instead of this weekend, so I could talk about it.
Okay.
I have a similar background to Tara Westover, not as extreme, but the differences are in the details at that point. But so I could relate to her story in ways that I know most of my friends can't. So, it's kind of like having a conversation with somebody who gets it about things that you can't talk about. So it was an interesting read. I don't come across those stories very often. It's probably a good thing, but every once in a while, it's kind of nice to kind of compare notes about, how other kids who left fundamentalist families, experienced things. So
Interesting. Very interesting. Well, as you can tell by the title of these sprints, these are after dark sprints. May not be suitable for
any child
under a certain age.
And eat and drink at your own risk.
Yeah, eat and drink at your own risk, and and remove children from the room, because it could, judging by the title of your books, Orgasm University and Wicked Quickies, it sounds like Jess is going to be in for a fun time tonight too.
I mean, when I have the house to myself.
Nothing like flying solo.
And I was like, I don't want to wait until the spinner or the random number generator gives me Orgasm University, because I'm like, in a situation where it's not really a thing to read something like that. And my facials say everything. I have no facial filter whatsoever.
Oh, that's funny.
And so I was like, you know what, this is a perfect opportunity to read those. So yes, first up we have Orgasm University. You guys can probably guess these are just straight smart. But the Wicked Quickies actually looks quite interesting. It came, I'm giving you guys the, did I spell that right? Yeah, I did. No, I didn't. I'm giving you guys the Goodreads so you guys can have a look for yourself. But the Wicked Quickies to me looks quite interesting for anyone that's wanting to spice up, their relationship and things like that. And there's different levels.
So is that a non-fiction? Is it a non-fiction or a fiction?
It's a non-fiction.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. A hasty coupling can add a little jolt to the day, a little satisfaction on the go. Wicked Quickies is your guide to such fast and furious. It's an entire year's worth of spontaneous ecstasy. Somebody needs to edit that because that was really bad spelling.
Well, they're probably more focused on sex than spelling,
Yeah, true.
They're already excited and they're just getting started.
Yeah, please. They're only writing synopsis and they're already ready to go.
Describes the sassy, frisky encounters, each paired with a stylish 2-color illustration to spark the reader's imagination.
Oh my!
With sexy anecdotes and useful tips, couples can get down and dirty. Oh, you can tell I'm way too innocent.
This should be fun.
And get down
You'll
to
have to
dirty
keep your
using
camera
technology
on while
and
you're reading so
inspiration.
we can enjoy the face.
Well, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. But first sprint for me is going to be a dinner sprint.
Yeah, same.
'Cause-
I'm having chicken nuggets with some chili sour cream. So, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah,
We
I was
love
going to do
chicken
chicken. I looked at there was no like I was going to get fries from the Supo, but there was no fries there, so I'm like, now I'm going to have to make my own, and then I'm like, no.
Yeah.
I'm
Not doing
just
that.
going to do some rice and some corned beef
Oh, nice.
with a bit of salt and pepper, and that's going to be me.
Nice.
Totally
Sounds
bland, but really yummy.
Sounds
Yeah.
good though. Like, chuck a little bit of aioli on that, and you're good to go.
Oh yeah. Well, it's 1 o'clock in the morning here, so I'm not at dinner time. But I got a ham roast from the food pantry today, and it's finally cooling off enough to actually do a crock pot. So I've been waiting for it to actually be cool enough to want to turn something on that makes things hot.
Yeah, that's the worst thing about when it's so hot.
Yeah. So I'm going to be getting the crock pot started up, and I'm doing just the ham and some potatoes, and in the last hour or so of cooking I'm going to add in some onions. So then I'll have the meat and the potatoes, and then I'm going to use the broth as a soup separate.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
We're all going to Jamie's place.
Use some of the ham. yeah. And I've got a lot of green peas, so once I get the ham cooked, I'm going to cut off some of the pieces of it because it's a big piece, and it arrived as a frozen brick. So I have to thaw it before I can do anything to parts of it.
Give me 2
But I want to
seconds.
make pea soup with ham in it, so some
My
of it's going
cat
to go in
has
that.
just come in for dinner. Sorry.
Okay.
2 seconds.
Cool.
Yes.
So you were saying?
Yeah, so I'm already anticipating all the soups that I'm going to have because the pea soup is going to be for probably next week. So I'll make it and then freeze it. And I like how the flavors come together more when you reheat it after all that.
Yeah.
That's one where the texture and flavors do better after it's been, reheated.
Yeah, pea soup is always better like a few days later after you've made it, just to let everything to like come together, and same as minestrone soup as well. Like that's really good like 3 or 4 days later.
Yeah.
Oh, yum. I haven't had pea soup for so long.
Oh,
I was just
and it's not hard to make when you make it yourself.
With a bit of like
I like
cream
mine
or
better
sour
than the stuff in the cans.
Yeah, I don't eat canned soup at all. I can't do it. I just don't like the taste of it.
Yeah.
So I always have some sort of soup in the freezer because I can't cook for 1 or 2. I cook for 500, and then I've always got stuff in the freezer. So I just found Black Lily. It is ideal for readers who enjoy dark, fast-paced tales. Dude, take your motorbike and fuck her off. Fast-paced tales of forbidden romance and rebellion, blending vampire intrigue with strong heroines' quest for justice. So yeah, a little bit of vamp tonight.
Nice looking fella on the front.
Yeah, is it? The one I've got's only got lilies on the front. A black lily and a sword.
Let me present my screen.
It's The Black Lily by Juliet Cross. Yep.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I like my cover better. It does nothing
Yeah.
No, he's too much of a pretty boy. I like
it looks like they altered him a little bit with like
too much,
the graphics.
There's not enough tattoos.
I want the neck is wrong.
So
yeah, the neck and shoulders aren't the right shape.
No, it looks like his head's disjointed.
Yeah.
Or he's got a hernia.
Well, now you're going to have that
shoulder.
picture in your head when you read it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's not who I'll be picturing in my head. I can assure you. Any guy that I dream up is always covered in tattoos.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
it's
Mine always
somewhat of a
look
bad
like
boy.
Tom Hiddleston. Like I don't care what I try to imagine up instead. They always look like Tom Hiddleston.
That's fair. The nipples are definitely altered. I know he just looks wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I prefer rugged sort of looking dudes. Well, that's yeah. Can't have someone prettier than me.
Yeah.
True.
So, not that that's what I do, but you know what I mean. Like, and you can't. I always make it a rule not to go out with a guy that spends more time in the mirror than I do.
Yes. Yes.
So yeah,
Mm.
I don't know. It's just been a personal preference over time. So, yeah.
Yeah. They're a bit, I don't know, high maintenance when
Yeah.
it comes to.
I like guys that look just as good when you've been camping with them for a couple days.
Yeah.
They suddenly look totally different when they haven't had access to a proper bathroom for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You start to wonder.
Mm-hmm. And if they spend more time in the bathroom than I do, and I don't spend a considerable amount of time in the bathroom, not by a long shot. I can get ready, have full face of makeup, and fully dressed up and ready to go out the door within 15 minutes. So
yeah,
that's a high bar to set. So yeah,
that is a high bar to set.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Let's say hello to all of our friends in the chat. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe because subscriber mode is on to take part in the conversation. And let's say hi and see what everyone is reading. Hello, Artia. With the nipples are definitely altered.
yes.
What are you reading? Hello, Sash. How are you? And good morning, Claire. How's it going, Claire? If you're free today, like I'm on for a few hours, so come. Haere mai.
Yeah.
I don't know why all of a sudden random Māori just like.
Yeah, I was going
out.
to say, is it? It's a new thing.
I can usually stop it. It's like one of those stim things.
Mm-hmm.
Like sometimes it just like blurts out, and like other times where I'm trying to say hi, I say kia ora, and I'm like, wait, no, that's not what I mean. I mean it is, but like most people don't even know what that is.
Well, just use it enough times, people know what it is.
Well, haere mai is like come, come on over. That's your little educational section. It is a party. It's going to be even more of a party because later on, possibly at some point, Saluna will be here.
Yay!
Because we just done a quick mad dash with 20 minutes to spare to swap around. Because originally it was Selena, and then it's just I was out shopping. All this was happening. I come back and I'm like, damn, I left my phone here on charge.
Yeah, I looked at the spreadsheet. It was Selena. I finished uploading my video, and
it was Jessie.
I saw you on the spreadsheet while I was changing everything over, and I'm like, please don't click on anything.
Yes.
But yeah, my phone was right there and it was on loud. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to do it.
Well, we sort of had to sort it out with Southern Hemisphere anyway, because everybody else, either that or UK, because everybody else would be asleep.
Yeah, exactly. Atia is about to head to bed, wanted to get to 5% in the New Moon's Army by Nalo Hopkinson. And read a few more pages on my other two KuKi picks, Savvy Summers and Sweet Potato Crimes and Shadow of Pearl. Nice. There's 2 in there? Savvy Summers and Sweet Potato Crimes.
And Shadows of Pearl.
And Shadows of Pearl, or Savvy Summers and
Savvy Summers and the Sweet Potato Crimes is one.
One book.
Okay.
And then Shadows of Pearl.
I
Pearl
got
is the other.
confused. Oh,
There's a couple of N's in there. No comments.
yeah.
And it's,
We'll
you know,
see
it's
how much
late.
actually happens before sleep
Yeah.
takes me. Yeah,
Mhm.
fair enough. Claire can't seem to settle on a book at the moment, but I have started The Burning Girls in CJ Tudor, which is my in-person book club pick for May. Nice. Excellent. Starting Bangers and
There's a
Mash.
mash.
Can't go wrong with Bangers and Mash.
See, now I'm
being
rethinking
really
my
lazy,
whole. I'm rethinking my ticket nuggets because I'm like, oh, Bangers and Mash is all right. I'll have to go to the shop again. No, too many cars to move.
Yeah, I'm being really lazy tonight because I can't be asked cooking. It's just chucking a whole bunch of stuff in the microwave and that's it.
Yeah, I have to get milk tomorrow because the way Livia
I.
was cooking her chicken yesterday, she was talking about it in the comments like, oh, I need to try that. And my milk went sour. So I was going to do that today and I have to do it tomorrow. But yeah, these sprints just, we do enough food talk that my plans for food
Makes you hungry all the time?
a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that. Amy is here. It is Amy, isn't it? I think you're Amy. I apologize if I got that wrong. Please correct me if I was. Reading Silverborn by Jessica Townsend. Nice. And I'll have to sort out dinner soon as well. Awesome. Fundamentalism is definitely one of those things. If you know, I don't know.
Yeah.
You know?
There's so much that you don't even know how to talk about.
All right.
And like you don't even realize that what you experienced wasn't normal. And it's not just the big things that people actually do talk about sometimes, like in books and stuff. It's little things that you just assume everybody did that, or conversely, your friends all just assume that you already have known all this time, and yeah. And it keeps going on. I'm in my 40s and I still run into that a lot.
Yeah. These are the Goodreads links, Orgasm University and Wicked Quickies. And both of these are really short. So if you guys are able to get it and want to come on and join me in reading these, do it. Because I need to not suffer alone. Dee Dee is here. Good morning, Dee Dee. How are you? What are you reading today? What are you doing? Dee Dee, are you up next? Is it Dee Dee that's up next?
That was maybe Chantal, but
It might be Chantal.
Yeah. Chantal's up next. Yep.
Okay.
Chantal will be on until I take over in the morning.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Hello to Glenda. Chantal is here. Hi, Chantal. How are you? Hey, all. Eating vegan fajita pitas. That rhymes very nicely, actually. And reading Christmas Corpse by Tyler Rhodes. Perfect. Vegan fajita pita. Yeah. It just has like a ring to it, right? Hey there, Chantal. Hello to Glenda. And good morning, Faithful. How are you? I got bumped off the train for some reason. It's possibly because you didn't refresh.
This was not the plan an hour ago.
No, it wasn't it wasn't the plan an hour ago. That's for sure.
It was within half an hour. So like it's totally okay, but you're back on. That's good. Crockpot stuff is always so good after you reheat it. Yes, absolutely. I've got corned beef that's going to get heated up with the rice.
I'm still jealous of your corned beef. The ham will be good, but I'll swap you.
Because it was like just me, it's going to last for ages as well. Like when my mum comes home, she'll have some sandwiches, which will be really nice.
Yeah.
But
last time I cooked a corned beef roast, I thought it was going to last forever. I kept snacking on it, and it did not last.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
downed one within like 3 days.
Mhm.
That was why I went to the super this afternoon, was to get a corned beef, and they didn't have any on the shelf.
Oh,
I'm like,
Oh.
rude.
yeah.
Tomorrow.
Rude.
Tomorrow, apparently, the meat truck comes. I'm like, oh, damn it.
Oh, tomorrow.
Yeah. So it's been delayed.
That's
It normally comes on a Wednesday, but
Mm.
it had been delayed this week or something. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Oh,
They gave me some cockamamie excuse. More likely there was some at the back. No one's done their job.
yeah, probably.
Mm.
Jamie, you're making me want to make soup.
You
Or
should.
you're just making me
Soup
want
is
soup.
good.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I also want soup. Faithful is saying, Sash, I might have to ask my daughter to make bangers and mash for dinner now. Yeah, that's making me want bangers and mash. Is my mum home for dinner tomorrow? Because I have not had my mashed potatoes yet.
Oh, yeah, because you didn't make them last night.
No, because we had leftover roasties. Okay. If she's not home for dinner tomorrow or even Saturday, I'll make it.
If not, we can have it when we're in Sydney.
Yes. 100% agree with that.
Because I probably won't have it until then.
Jessica found the sexy version. What's the... Oh, the other one, the one that you're talking about, is quite cute. With just the black lily on it.
Sorry, I'm distracted. I'm trying to share your stuff. So.
Oh, yeah. By the way, I'm live. First it was the Kitchen Sex 101, and now it's Dating Tips with Nicole. Context helps, Jess. If you were waving when saying Cura, we're going to understand. Well, yeah. Yeah. I think Kia ora is like kind of universally recognized now, like for the most part. But just like some of the other Māori words that sometimes slip out.
Yeah, I think anytime you can incorporate words like that so that people can learn them in context, you're just allowing everybody to become that much more familiar with those words.
I mean, there's some great Māori like YouTubers and Instagrammers and stuff like that. There's one Māori guy that does a lot of cooking, and oh my god, he's so funny. His name is James someone. I'll have to find him.
Yeah.
But yeah, he uses a lot of Māori in his stuff, but he is Māori. I'm not.
Yeah.
That's
all right. You live a lot closer to it than I do.
Yeah, at least you're in the country.
Yeah, it's definitely not a language that I'm comfortable using though.
Yeah,
but like it's a part of our country. Like it's a massive part of our country, and so the more I can get used to it. And obviously,
I use Spanish words
is sticking if I'm
here because I, where I live used to be the border between the U.S. and Mexico. So, so some Spanish just ends up being part of how I would think to say something because we just use those words here. And the more you use it, the more you get used to it. So,
yeah. Hey, look, Nicole shared my sprints.
Yay!
Hello to Glenda, and it is Amy. Thank goodness I remembered that. Yeah, I think everyone should just stop and do a corned beef.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need a corned beef fairy that just gives us all corned beefs, and then we'll just, corned beef party.
Right. Do we want to do hour sprints, 75, 90? What are you guys feeling?
Hour's good.
Hour's good?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like the ease of being able to kind of guess what minute I should be looking back at the screen again in an hour from now.
Let me just get this all sorted out.
Because I'm being glared at by cats right now. So I know
Yeah,
I'm not
mine
gonna
are
be
at the
sitting
door
here
like
right
this.
away.
I went out and got my food, and they're at the door going, "Where's
Oh,
mine?"
yeah.
I know that sensation and feeling. Right, we are gonna go for our sprints. Let me just there we go. I'll pop the banner up. There we go. And I will see everybody in an hour. Happy reading, everyone. Right. Welcome back. I'm 3 sentences away from finishing this.
You're okay.
It was River being a bit precious
Aw.
because this is kind of the time of night. Like it's 8:30 p.m. here. This kind of time of night where River is like, nah, it's quiet time.
Yeah.
And Neo finally came in for dinner,
Mm.
and he's kind of put himself to bed and stuff like that. And so I've got to keep an ear out for a little while to make sure that River doesn't like bully him,
Mm-hmm.
which you can do.
Yeah.
So yeah, I had dinner. Hey!
We came back at the same time.
It's like you planned it.
Yeah, fully. We were behind.
Really,
so-
I'm Brendan. So
Yeah, yeah, that's how it is.
My Brendan. Or should I say my Saluna, you've changed.
we've been lying this whole time. Nicole and I've been married this whole time.
No,
It's
he
just
had
a
to,
code
he had
name.
to drop some money off. So,
Oh, that's
and
good.
of course,
We
you
like
know,
money.
oh no, because for the lawnmower, not for me.
Oh.
He said, "Is that all you need?" And I'm like, "Well, if you're giving it away, I'll take some." But he didn't give me
Yeah.
any, so he's not giving any away. So, so it's all good. No, he was down in Brisbane and he just got back and he's got a heap of jobs to do. So he just dropped in to give me the lawnmower money.
Mm.
And that's because I use that to pay the guy that's doing the carports today because he drove up here on the smell of an oily rag and didn't have his wallet, so I had to give him fuel money to get back home again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I got to chapter 5, which is page 27 of 79. I had my dinner and I forgot to take a photo. But it was literally just corned beef and rice.
Mm.
Like there wasn't even any veggies or anything like that.
Yeah.
And then smothered in mayo and pepper. But oh my god, this is so bad, it's funny. And at the moment I can't quite see the university thing. There's this study going on. Basically, our main heroine, she's 33 years old and she's never been able to orgasm.
So
Okay.
is this Dr.
Hotlich.
Hotlich?
Did you just say hot lich or hot?
Hotlich.
No, Lidge. Yeah.
Lich. Oh.
It's in the back. Dr. Hotlich.
Yeah.
Where did you
Oh
pick
my
this
Lord.
up from? This book? Where does it?
Libby.
Where did you discover it?
Well, it's on the Kindle or KU, so
No, it's Libby.
oh, Libby, okay.
Yeah. Because for my bingo board, I didn't have anything with a university or school setting.
Mm.
And I'm like, if I'm going to make this bingo board, I'm going to like totally make it. And so I have gone to Libby, I think once or twice for it. But they are all ebook versions. I didn't get audiobooks or anything like that.
Mhm.
So yeah, this is essentially this doctor is running a study about like women's wellness and like I don't know, something to do with I don't know, something to do with like sexual stuff. But there are just some really bad lines. Like
This is fiction, right? Or is this non-fiction?
yeah, it is. This is the fiction one.
This is the
Yeah,
fiction one.
Orgasm University.
Yeah. Okay.
She's like, she almost grabbed
He's
another
already lost
magazine
it.
for distraction. But
What
an
was it?
unbelievably sexy guy stepped up to the counter behind the glass partition.
Ooh, that's what we all want, isn't it?
And there goes the boys fighting. But like, who writes that? Obviously
The
they
author of
do.
this book.
And then, like, some other lines, it was definitely an exam chair of some kind, but one Victoria had never seen before. The lights from above highlighted it, reminding her of a carnival ride for the naughty.
Oh my lord.
This book.
Yeah.
I can't.
This book
At
should
least
be
she had at least she had the foresight to shave her who, so she wasn't freaking out about that too. Not hoo.
So, I'm a bit disappointed that you don't leave your camera on while you're reading it, so we can see these facial expressions as you read.
I will from now on. I will. I was just having dinner.
Because I am gonna not read and just sit here watching your expression.
Oh, Selena, that's a little bit creepy.
Not in a creepy way.
She immediately dubbed
Sure.
them both.
Oh no.
Oh, no. That's some A grade writing right there. Even
Yeah.
I could do better than
And
that
then-
with my cryptic comments.
And
think that's a
what
women's prize for fiction.
absolutely made me piss myself laughing was okay. Has anyone seen Bruce Almighty?
Okay, we're talking about something that was inappropriate.
Very inappropriate. Sorry, Grandma.
No. We're minding my cousin.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
right.
Well, my honey had to go and fly somewhere, and she's like 8, and she's in the next room. Should put headphones on, but it's fine. She can't hear anything.
Yeah.
Has anyone seen Bruce Almighty?
I think so. Does that have what's his face
Jim
in it?
Carrey.
Yes.
Okay, so the line in here is "Alrighty then." And so
Who is saying that to who?
no, that's like an internal thing for the main, the main female character.
Yeah.
But she's just like, "Alrighty then," and I'm like, Jim Carrey.
So now you're picturing the female protagonist as Jim Carrey.
Yeah, in that line, definitely I was.
In a book with that title. Oh gosh, I didn't need that image in my head.
I don't think anybody here tonight needed that image in their head.
If I have to go through it, you lot have to go through it.
Well, meanwhile, I've got to page 55, and we have a vampire prince. We have an assassin who is seducing said vampire prince, and he it is a Cinderella retelling, essentially.
Oh.
It's got Cinderella vibes, because basically she tries to assassinate him and it goes awry, and basically she leaves a black dagger behind, and and now he's and basically he's all infatuated with her.
Nice.
Cinderella's not my favorite sort of retelling, so yeah, we'll see.
Jamie, how'd you go?
I got to 11% in my Battle of the Big Bang, and am happily imagining universes. Yeah, I know the title is great for this.
Yeah, it
But
sort
is
of
it
matches. It sort of matches.
If I don't explain it, then
Yeah. There's some big bangs and
Or in my character's case, no bangs.
yeah. Poor her.
Yep. And I got my crock pot cleaned out and
Nice.
got the ham in there. I just did water and a bit of salt to start with because it's a big one. It's going to be a while before any spices need to go in it because all the flavor's going to cook off if I do it too soon. So,
Yeah, that's it. You got to put them in at the right time, especially if it's a big ham.
I'm tempted to look up what the spice mix is for corned beef, like if you made it from scratch, and see if I can make my ham think that it's a corned beef.
Yeah, because you could do. You just need a pickling solution for it.
Yeah,
and it'll give the same flavors. It'll just be a little bit saltier. So if the recipe calls for salt, don't add salt because the ham's inherently a lot saltier than the corned beef. So yeah, you just need a pickling solution. So it'll have bay, peppercorns, probably a malted vinegar, all that sort of stuff. So
yeah.
That-
So that
that
might
would-
be it.
yeah.
So it'll be a faux corned beef.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I could probably look up in my grandmother's recipe book. It'll probably
I'll
have it in
just
there.
Google it. I just need the rough, assortment of spices that they use, because they have those little spice packets when you get the packaged corned beef. I just need to look up what is in those spice packets traditionally, because it's the combination of spices that makes it smell just right. And really, it's such a strong spice mix that you almost don't need to worry about which critter the meat came off of, because the spices kind of steal the show anyway.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that's my plan. It'll be a few hours before it's ready for that.
Well, I went to the airport. I went shopping. I put on my little diffuser in my little corner there with my little moon lamp and my diffuser. Got some, because I've been so unwell, I've just got some like different oils in there, just trying to reinvigorate myself. I got some Botox lip filler. No, just kidding.
Yeah. Looks great.
It has come down like a lot.
How's the coconut oil working for you? Is it keeping it soft?
Good. Except when I sleep and when I wake up, it is so like hard. And then when you put the stuff on it, like the hard layer comes off. But then I don't know. It's tricky. But yeah. So that was fun. Yeah. And I'm reading Starting Scarlet because I haven't read because I've just been sleeping all day, every day. I haven't slept so much in my life.
Obviously, you need it.
Yeah.
I like hear the theme song go off every now and then. I swear I'm dreaming of the opening song now. Like I'm dreaming it because I sometimes forget to put it on like mute. And I wake up when the theme song's playing, or I'm dreaming and I'm not really sure. But yes, and then we are looking after my cousin for the next couple of days. So
Apologies, cousin.
I got her a little Barbie sticker book at the shop, and she absolutely loved it. So
Nice. How old is she?
8, I think. Evie, how old are you? 9. I was wrong.
Lucky you didn't say she was 8. You would have been in trouble. Big time. She's the same age as Mia, my granddaughter.
Yeah. She's in there playing with all like my old Barbie dolls, and she brought all her Monster High dolls because she's obsessed with those at the moment. So, which I think they're cool. If I had those dolls when I was a kid, like they're all creepy looking.
Yeah, they're awesome. Have you ever watched the TV show, the cartoon?
No, but I'm sure I will this weekend.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah,
I actually don't mind it.
I just like that they're all like cool monster people. Like,
how big are the dolls?
Cool.
They're like
how
Barbie
big are
dolls.
they?
Yeah, I would have loved to have those as a kid.
Yeah,
for my little Barbie city that we did all the revolutions and the
they're like Barbie size.
That would have been an amazing addition to our already insane Barbie.
She has one that has like the body of a skeleton and then like a cool head. And I'm like, whoa.
I need to find some kids that I can mentor so
Who
that
have
I
you
can
got there?
teach them how to play Barbie properly.
Dressed up to walk the dogs.
Ooh, she looks good.
Thanks. Thermal shoes, riding hood pants, a jacket, ice coat jacket with the riding top.
Wow. What's she doing?
She's gonna go out with her friend.
Ooh.
Lovely. Monsters University. That's the prequel to Monsters Inc. Right?
Yes.
Monsters High.
Monster High is the TV show, I think. That's
Yeah,
what
it's
the
the
dolls
cartoon.
are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Monster High. So they're at high school. And they're all monsters that go to high school. I think there's one human that goes to the school, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong. But yeah, my kids loved it.
Oi.
I was a bit too old when they started to come out.
Mm.
But like, if I have the space, I just collect them because they look freaking cool.
They're pretty cool.
Honestly, those
I did
boys.
not like the Bratz dolls though.
I was obsessed with
No,
those.
they were weird.
That was like my era. I was obsessed with them. I liked them because their head was so big.
Yeah. They were weird.
Fair.
On that. So
All right, let's see how everybody else did. Faithful was saying I've not had corned beef since childhood. Go and get one.
I love
You
corned beef.
should.
So cool.
Only cooked it once as an adult myself, but it used to be one of my favorite dinners. Yeah.
And I like on the next day where you can put it on a sandwich with some pickles.
Yes. That's the best. With what? Did you say sprinkles?
pickles. Yeah, let's just fairy bread that bloody corned beef up.
I know we like fairy bread, but we don't put corned meat on our fairy bread.
No. Oh, shit.
What did you say?
Pickles, not sprinkles. Pickles. You gotta say it with a Kiwi accent so she gets what you're putting down.
Well, I'm certainly not going to call someone a pig.
I was like, what? Like, that's new.
Well, hey, don't knock it till you try it.
True.
I'll try it on stream one day. I'm game.
Yeah. Weirdest food combinations. KuKi edition.
Oh, corned beef and sprinkle. So are they the soft sprinkles or hundreds and thousands? Which way would you go?
Hundreds of thousands always.
Go both. So you got a little
Yeah.
bit of soft texture and some crunchy bits, like you're eating sand.
Yep. On my sandwich, it really would taste like sand.
Hello to everyone from Annette. Hi, Annette. How are you? Welcome to whatever kind of stream this is. What are you reading tonight? What are you doing? Amy read 4 chapters of Silverborn and had some leftover crockpot taco mints. Yum! For dinner. Oh my god, that sounds so amazing. All that talk of crockpot made me hungry. Fair. Fair. And taco mints is like so versatile as well, right?
Yeah. You can do so much with that. You could have soft tacos. You could have loaded potatoes.
I just love
You
tacos
could have
in general.
you could have the taco mince on top of rice. You can make Buddha bowls.
Or you can put it in a pie.
You can do pie, yep.
Yum.
Jaffles.
What's a jaffle?
What's a jaffle?
It's like a
Yeah.
toasted
Excuse me?
sandwich.
It's a toasted sandwich in a sandwich press, and it seals all the outside,
Yeah.
so it's encased
It's
in
like-
bread.
It's specific one, so it's like it puts a big cut through like the middle, so you can break it into triangles.
Oh, I just thought that
But
was
like-
just like a toasted sandwich.
No, it seals
No, they're
the
called
edges.
jaffles.
Because toasted sandwiches don't seal the edges,
Yeah,
but jaffles
Right.
do.
Ah.
Yeah.
There we go. Educational part 2. Had some breakfast, nice coffee, pancakes, and an apple. Very healthy.
Well,
while
pancakes
reading
not so much.
Eh?
Pancakes not so healthy, unless they were made with wholemeal flour.
Moderation.
When I was in hospital and I went to the rehab center, they had like a breakfast club. This is so like I felt like I was in a nursing home. But because we're so invalided in hospital and a lot of like no food prep and everything, because I was in the rehab center for people learning to walk and function again, they had like certain clubs where you could go and like make your own food. And one of them we had a pancake day, but we made it with like bananas. Or like banana pancakes for like a healthier option of pancake.
Those are so yummy. I love pancakes.
Yeah.
So
I make mine with cashew flour for part of the flour. And I add in other grains, or if I have like 5 or 10 grain cereal on hand, I'll put some of that in there. So it ends up being really nutritious.
Yum. No,
have you seen the guy that makes pancakes with like ice cream?
No.
For the batter, he uses something, and then instead of adding like the wet stuff, he puts ice cream in.
Oh.
I will find it and send it to you. And apparently, they make the fluffiest pancakes ever.
Okay. Keep that in mind.
I prefer to just have my ice cream in a bowl, but or have the pancake and the ice cream on top.
Yeah,
with strawberries, chopped nuts, drizzled with a little bit of chocolate sauce and maple syrup.
Yum.
Yeah.
Very yum. Anyway, breakfast. We're reading a couple of chapters of checks, balances, and proper procedure for monster hunting. An indie arc.
Nice.
Before reading the end of that, I thought, are you studying accounting?
Sounds interesting.
Now folding laundry and listening. Yeah. Yeah. That writing. It is. And you know what? A few days ago, I had the urge to like try and see if it was on any streaming services. And that quickly went away. But like all of a sudden, Bruce Almighty has just come back into my head. And then that writing, that, alrighty then. But yeah, that was an image. Bruce Almighty being vintage hurts me. It practically. When did it come out?
Don't know.
I was like in early high school, I think. 2003.
I was going to say I would have been in my 30s when they came out.
Oh my god, I was in intermediate school. Okay.
I was 33. Just about to, and I was I pregnant with Savannah? No, 2003 I travelled to Kuala Lumpur.
That was 25, coming up 25 years ago. Ew.
No.
Oh, that's making me feel old.
22 years ago.
22
So
years ago.
You make the pancakes with self-raising flour, vanilla ice cream, and vanilla extract, and that's it. I want to try it.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. I've got some gluten-free self-raising flour. I don't have any ice cream, but I'm sure I could get some. Same, but it's like 20 years old. 22 years old even.
Far out.
Yeah. And I don't think it's aged very well either.
A lot of his stuff hasn't.
No, it hasn't.
I still love him.
They were saying my sis cooks it, but I haven't as an adult. As in Dee Dee cooks it. Saluna, I forgot to mute during a sprint once, and then the alarm jerks me awake.
Jean does it all the time. Jean goes, I'm going to bed. And then an hour later, she's like, I'm back. I forgot to mute you.
Yeah.
I'm
woke
awake
me up.
again.
That's so cool. I wasn't allowed to have any of those creepy toys when I was a kid. Aww.
But now you're an
ever
adult,
see
you can buy your own.
Furby?
Furby
Did
was
anyone-
creepy. I had one Furby, and
I did too.
broke it like not very long after I got it, and that was the last one I ever had. But
There's
like they were creepy.
2 visceral toys that stuck in my mind. One is called a Diva Star, and it was like this doll with this giant head. Then you pressed her shoes and she'd talk to you, and you could clip on outfits. And she had like giant eyes. Like it was called a Diva Star. And Betty Spaghetti, who was like a normal doll, but her hair was plastic, like straws. And so she had like spaghetti hair.
Oh, weird.
They're the 2 that I
The one doll that stuck in my mind when I was a kid was Polly Pocket.
Yeah.
That was my doll of choice. But then I either broke it or lost it, and that was it. Taco mince is the best. I just put it in a bowl and put cheese, sour cream on top, and corn chips. Nachos. Yeah, perfect. Oh, yum. Now I want nachos. I'm apparently just really hungry, and I'm not even hungry. I go for savory pancakes myself. So yummy. My daughter was born the year Bruce was released. Yeah, it definitely takes you back a few years. I was 11 when that came out.
Year 11.
I was in year 11 when that came out. I was in year 8. Year 7 when that came out.
Yeah, I was in college. Undergrad. I think... No, I graduated with my first degree, and I would have been in the year between my first and second degrees when that came out. So I wasn't actually in college, but I was between college sessions.
I had 2 kids and divorced and 2 kids.
Cool.
I'm about to have my 3rd one.
Memories.
Yeah.
Amy's saying it's old enough to vote. The movie is old enough to vote. Dee Dee is my chosen sister. I'm talking about my blood sister. Interesting. I always thought you guys were blood sisters. Amy saying, why does Diva Star sound like it should be the other kind of toy?
I know, right?
I mean, that
I'm
would
like,
fit with these prints.
I'm sure I've seen that somewhere else before, maybe on a Saturday morning on Vanessa's channel during Smartella. When I'd wake up, coffee and those, it was fabulous.
I tried to put it in the chat, but it wouldn't let me, so it's in the private chat.
Are you not a mod?
What?
Apparently
You should be
not.
Salona.
Oh, I remember those ugly ass things. Yeah, sorry. Sorry,
They
was
are now looking back at them. I
that was
don't
a
know
little
if I
bit
like
abrasive,
them.
wasn't it?
They're weird.
No, it's all right. I was waking up on Saturday mornings for a while there, and Vanessa was. I just put it in the comments, and Vanessa was having, like, I woke up and she was scrolling dildo pages for her Smartella sprints, and I woke up. I was drinking my coffee, and I opened up my phone in the kitchen, and I'm like, interesting way to start the day. So I put it in the comments. Oh, nothing like starting the day with coffee and dildos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The link I posted, the tagline says, "It's like Barbie had a baby with a Furby."
I didn't even read that. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I don't remember those.
Oh, I remember those ugly ass things. They're terrible.
They could like talk to them, and they talk to you like they were your best friend.
My God, those shoes, like those feet.
And then you had those like secret diaries that you could like password diaries. Do you remember? They were cool. So many toys that kids just don't
I didn't have many toys as a kid. That because like I was always outside playing, so we rode our bikes, kicked a tin can around or something. But no, we just I was always I'd been riding horses from the age of 4, so I was always out with horses or riding my bikes or down the beach or something like that. I was more of a nature child than a toy child.
I think the late 80s, 90s, and early 2000s were like peak children's toys.
Yes. Yeah. Although there are some really popular ones over here at the moment that are just
They're
going
just not
off.
as cool.
No, but then mind you, we are older.
Yes.
So there's that. Yeah, not me. I mean, corned beef, but not the time you're talking about tin corned beef.
Yeah, no, not that.
No.
No.
I don't think we have tin corned beef over here.
Yeah, there used to be, and
What the heck is tin
and
corned
spam.
beef?
Like
Spam.
it was around. It was really popular when spam was popular.
Spam is
Oh, they're
really
not the same?
popular in Asia. They like
I thought
put it in
corned
like
beef-
their hot pots and stuff.
Yeah, I've had some really good fried, like deep fried spam in Asian food. If you do it right, it actually is pretty good.
Yeah. I think if you deep fry anything, it makes it palatable.
Well, especially if you put it with other stuff, like in a bowl kind of thing.
Yeah. Like I've had it like my grandmother used to slice it really like paper thin, and then we'd have it with cabbage and stuff like that. It was really nice. So you had that salty flavor through the blandness of the cabbage, and it was a cheap
Don't eat it
meal. Like
straight. Like,
yeah,
you eat it with stuff.
Yeah. And other times that my gran used to like fry it, and we'd have it for breakfast in place of bacon because bacon was really expensive, whereas spam wasn't.
And if it gets crispy enough, it's quite satisfying. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never had it.
As an adult, since I've left home and no longer eat at relatives' houses, I have never purchased it.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I think that would be like I'd eat it if I was in an apocalypse and that's it.
Yeah, it would make a great apocalypse food.
Yeah, you could probably eat something that was made in the 70s and still eat it in apocalypse now. It's still
Probably.
okay.
Probably.
Yeah. Anything processed in a can, you're fine.
Yeah, you're fine. You're good to go.
Don't apologize for your grubby mind.
Oh, it's okay.
Especially right now.
Yeah. I'm a trashy little gutter person, so it's all right.
We're all grubs.
I'm learning how to be a trashy little gutter person.
Yeah. Coda and I are in the gutter all the time, so don't worry about it. We're trash right beside each other. And what trash is that?
Very rude. I have now fixed the situation, Selena.
You have modified me.
Yeah. Wait, you ready for this? You've got the power.
Very nice, very nice.
That song is playing in my head now.
I need to watch Bruce Almighty and get it out of my head. I think.
Yes.
Because things like that are just popping up way too much. I swear that old corporate men name things the worst names.
Yeah.
What were they naming? Did I miss that?
Probably
Those
the
dolls.
dolls.
Oh, right. Yes. Gotcha. I'm on the wavelength.
Are you sure now?
Yep.
Coffee and
Yep.
D's.
Yeah. It's a great way to start the day. My God, it's daytime. What are you doing inside from my periods?
Yeah.
I was always an indoor kid. I've never liked the sun. Like when I was a baby, if my mum put me on grass for the first time, I screamed bloody murder. Like absolutely screamed to the top of my lungs. And like I never liked the sun, like even as a kid. And so I
I'm
was
the same.
always an inside person.
If
Like,
I had the
you could not
choice,
get me outside.
yeah. If I had the choice, I'd be inside.
Yeah.
But I also love the earth. But I usually go out when it's not sunny, so I'll go out in like the rainy weather or cloudy weather and rub my feet in some dirt. You know.
Coffee and D's.
Also, Haley. I'm like name Haley. Hi, Haley.
Yeah. Continue on. Yeah.
Sounds like a great way to start the day, except I don't like coffee. Fair enough.
A cup of tea, hot chocolate, bonnets, whatever. Doesn't matter. If you want to, whatever. Float your boat.
Start the day with a shot. You know, we're not judging. Ooh, yum. Oh, I miss Kit Kat so much.
Are you bringing a suitcase just to get candy while you're here?
For my mum, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. There's specific licorice in Aldi.
Mm-hmm.
That mum loves, and she like wants me to get 10 bags.
We can do that. I'm sure we'll find an Aldi.
Yeah. Surely there'll be one around. There's heaps of them around, aren't there?
Mm.
Oh, is that vanilla Coke?
No, it's Diet Coke.
Oh. Vanilla's the best.
It is. They just didn't
I
have it.
just wanted to read my books. I mean, you can.
Yeah.
We still get the tinned ones, but you got to look for it. Spam is definitely coming back.
Yeah,
I've seen
spam never went away. It's always been there.
It's great if you don't have good refrigeration. It's a way to have protein on hand if you don't trust your refrigerator or you don't have reliable electricity, that kind of thing.
I've seen it used a lot more in like Facebook and Instagram reels and stuff like that, like with the cooking. I see it used quite a bit, especially I've seen a lot of America and also quite a bit of Scottish using spam in recipes.
Yeah, the idea of potted meats, potted as in canned meats, is very much a thing I associate with Scotland. I'm not at all surprised if they're doing a lot of stuff online with it. In the US, a lot of folks that were doing ramen when they were in college have now gone on to not have enough money for much more than ramen out of college. And they're trying to up their game a little bit by adding something to their ramen. So, yeah.
Like when I went shopping earlier, there's a lot of like canned. Like I've been buying canned fish and all that sort of stuff for my proteins because meat is just so expensive at the moment. It's like ridiculously expensive. And I have never, ever seen the tofu sold out. And I've gone to Woolworths, IGA, and Aldi, and all sold out. I got the last packet in Aldi today.
Wow.
Yeah. Because people can't afford, like, the cost of living has gone through the roof.
Yeah.
And no one can afford, like, just for a single breast of chicken, $9.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even a decent sized breast of chicken. And I'm like,
expensive.
Yeah. And like, Brett,
you can afford whatever that looks like.
And Brendan said to me, guess what? Like, we'll just go and get some meat. And I said, you know what? I'd rather just eat vegetarian because I'm not forking out that much.
Yeah.
So I'm not surprised that spam and all that's making a comeback. And I've also noticed in Woolworths as well, like in legumes and all that sort of stuff, you could hardly find them 2 years ago.
Yeah.
That, like, even before that, you could hardly find them. Like, you'd have to hunt high and low to find them. Now they've got shelving of tin chickpeas, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And then they've also got all the dry stores as well.
Yeah.
That, like, everything, split peas, mixed beans, 5-bean mix, everything that, protein and all the rest of it, because people need to have protein. Your body needs it. And if we can't afford to eat it through animal flesh, then all those people that, can't afford it, they've got to get it somewhere.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Luckily, I've been vegetarian most of my life, so the switch for me is pretty easy. Brendan, however, you can pay for your expensive meat.
And cheaper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My dinner's ready, so I'm gonna go grab that so I can eat with my cousin. And I'll be back in the next chatty bit.
All good.
Cool.
Hello, Melissa. How are you? What are you doing today? What are you reading? And then why did I just try and call you Vanessa? No. Dee
It's gotta be Dee Dee.
is an angel, of course.
Oh, yeah. She has a halo. Of course she's an angel. Dee Dee has a halo.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it slips occasionally.
Yeah.
Exactly. Just like a little bit crooked.
Yeah.
But it's there.
TD, how did you enjoy Satan's Affair? I'm interested to know. Because the only thing that's on Discord is like saying how we've been, I feel like this time around, we've been really bad at like putting things in Discord. Like doing buddy reads. But like, it's really short. I know that. But how did you enjoy it? Amy likes to sit outside in the shade, but no thank you to being outside all the time. Yeah, fair. I agree with that. Jealous. I love Kit Kat, but I can't drink my carbs. Fair. I can't have Kit Kat whatsoever. Unless
Could you make a gluten-free one?
Well, I don't know if I
because
could.
It's caramel, wafer biscuits, and chocolate.
Yeah. So if you used rice
wafers, yeah, you'd be able to make a. There's probably a gluten-free.
Yeah.
Because there's a gluten-free Mars bar.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, there was.
And the texture of rice and the texture of corn are very similar. And I think they're using a corn-based wafer for the Kit Kats here at this point. Like maybe corn and wheat combined, but it tastes like more like a cornstarch and flour mix for the wafers.
Because I know you can get rice wafers at Asian grocery stores.
And they're actually really good.
Okay. I may have to.
So you might have to just, those wafer biscuits that you can get where they got a little bit of cream stuff and all. You might just need to go to the Asian grocery store, grab a thing of them and then just dip them in chocolate and you got your Kit Kat. You just maybe just, skip. Because really there's not a lot of caramel in Kit Kats. Like there's not a lot of, it's more wafer inside. So yeah, that'd be a way to do it. And then you could have a Kit Kat. It might not be exactly the same, but if you put Cadbury milk or Nestle milk chocolate on the outside, then you'll have, because it's Nestle that does Kit Kat, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah.
Not sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Nestle that does it.
You could also take some caramel and put a layer of caramel on top and let it cool and then dip it all in top.
And then dip it.
Then you've got all of it.
Mm-hmm. All right, my mission now is to make a gluten-free Kit Kat.
Yeah.
I swear I missed my calling. I should have been a chef, but anyway. I actually wanted to go into nutrition, dietary nutrition, because doctors suck at it.
I want to go into that as well. But I've looked at the requirements.
Yeah, I don't have $90,000 to do the degree.
I mean, I would like be keen enough to save up for it or get a student loan. But like the
Mm.
moment I have to do a math class at university level, I'm fucked.
Oh, math is fun. I'll tutor you.
Good luck.
What was that look, Jess? This prices are fuck. You're keen. That's the wording that should have
I've
went with
had
that face.
tutors for math, and none of them have been like, it's just not something that sticks. It's a bit like chemistry just doesn't stick.
But
with me
I
either.
find when if you're having a trouble with a topic, and if you're really interested in like another topic that involves that topic, you tend to absorb the knowledge that you need to acquire that topic because you want
it's
to learn
in context then.
Yeah.
Well,
It's the same
and
as
there's
Neroli.
different-
Neroli doesn't do good in a classroom setting. Stick her in front of a computer and tell her she's got to do this, that, and the other because she wants to learn.
Right.
She'll learn it.
Well, and with math concepts, a lot of it's figuring out why the heck you'd want to do that. So if it's just totally abstract, it's a language. But like when you're learning language in a language class, you don't have any reason to use it there either. And for a lot of people, it doesn't stick. If you have reason to use it, like, when I was working in Boy Scouts, I had an exchange staff member from Eastern Europe, and the only language in common with them that we could use besides English was Russian. And all of a sudden, I was practicing my Russian because otherwise, all I had was her broken English, and I couldn't always figure out what she was going for. I learned a lot of Russian just by having to use it with that person. And math is the same way. If you have something you need it for, then all of a sudden learning it becomes contextual and you have something to apply it to as you're learning it. So, and everybody learns differently. So if you find a tutor that recognizes like how you could teach the same concept 5 different ways, they'll just try different ways until you find the one where that's how your brain clicks with it.
Yeah.
I'm just teach you math.
I'm so traumatized from high school from math. Like,
you need to come visit Colorado and then I can teach you math.
Sweet. Done. What were you saying, Nicole?
But high school maths teachers they're douchebags anyway.
A lot.
And you've got to take it from their point of view too. Yeah, like you're dealing with a bunch of kids that don't want to learn a subject, that don't want to be in the classroom, and all the rest of it. So they're just teaching to their environment, and
they're shell shocked.
Yeah,
they're not their natural selves after a while.
Most definitely.
And I mean, there's like there's Khan Academy that teaches that kind of stuff as well. Like they're pretty good. I don't know. Maybe I'll kind of go through some of their videos and exercises and stuff, and I might look at doing that because like
IXL is really good too. Like if you get a basic math, like say year 11, year 12 math, that IXL, it's an online program. They use it in schools. That for outside school learning, and that I used it for my kids. Neroli in grade 3 was doing year 12 math because she could go through all the things and she understood what she was doing, all that sort of stuff. And because there's learning, like they go through step by step and all that sort of thing as well.
Yeah, and if you're picking it up after you haven't done it for a while, I'd say be honest with yourself. Like what level of math are you solid with? Multiplication, division, fractions. If fractions are where you drop off, start with that and build from there, because that's where a lot of students lost the thread when they're doing math, because in class they teach it in a certain order, and as long as you passed enough to go to the next grade, they're not really looking at did you actually understand the previous concepts before they move on, and they've left you behind because it all builds on the previous year's math.
And
So
and with
start from
diets,
where you don't recognize it as something that you're good with it yet.
and also it's a mindset too. But going into a degree saying that you can't do something, you've set yourself up for failure.
Right.
Yeah.
So review what you're good at until you get to where you're not good at it, and then start from there with the learning it part.
And there's heaps of people. Like I had with my eldest daughter, she sucked at maths. Like she sucked at school. Period. Right.
Yeah.
So we found different ways for her to pass her grade, and we used a lot of YouTube on that because there's different ways that people teach you how to do the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and so and something will click. It'll be one comment, one thing they show you how to do it. It'll be something in the way they write it, and your brain will just go click, and you've got it.
Yeah,
and it
it
used to
won't
happen
be
with
all
her
like
all the
you
time.
won't love all of math either.
Oh no,
I
No.
have a math minor. I obviously liked it enough to do that, but I hate matrices. I've never gotten along with them. A matrix, don't worry about it. It's a thing you'll get to eventually.
Right.
It's like after algebra. It's like advanced algebra. But I hate them. And so I learned them enough to pass the class. But then I was in differential equations, which is advanced, like past calculus by a couple years. And we hit this equation where you do this thing and you can take all the data from an entire, like an ecosystem's data or, an election's data, and then do a thing to it and do that same math to the entire system at once and see how it's going to all change, like going forward a year or things like that, all in one equation. And in order to do it, you have to know matrices. And now I'm like, I need to go back and actually go through my matrices textbook again with that as the goal in mind, because the power of that one equation is just awe-inspiring. Like, I want to be able to do that, because the idea that you can feed in all the data for the entire ecosystem you've been studying and then just do that thing, and exactly what your model predicts it's going to do next, and you don't need a computer, you've just done it. That's really cool to me. So now I feel motivated to go back and relearn that math. And I have a math minor. There was still that thing that I hated them, even though I like math. You're gonna run into that.
Yeah.
But there are going to be things where you'll find reasons to learn it anyway.
And if my daughter can go and do nursing, which has a lot of math and stuff in it as well, then you'd be able to do it, because she was not good at math. She was a D student in math. So, because it comes to, like, learning does come from it. Like when you look at school, like, you're forced to be there. Half the kids don't want to be there. There's a third of the kids that shouldn't be there. They should be out working, doing something with their hands, not terrorizing teachers and other students. Because, like, let's be real here, that's what happens. So, like, and when you leave school, you have a much more drive to learn things. So things that were hard at high school suddenly become easy. And I had to say that to Dharma Jane when she decided that she wanted to go into nursing. She was, I can't do it. I wouldn't be able to do it. Like, she gave me every excuse, and I'm like, they're just excuses. Like, if it's something you want to do, you might just surprise yourself. Go and try. If it doesn't work, there's something out there for you. So just go and try it, and it's working. So, because she wanted to be a nurse, she wants to be an RN. So when you add drive into it, you can do anything.
I'll get there.
Yeah.
I'll get there. It's just, a lot of bad memories and a lot of.
But you're not at high school now either.
No, I'm not.
No.
But, like, I can barely do addition. I can only do, like, 2 or 3 multiplications with ease. Well, probably 4 because 5 and 10 is pretty easy. And then the rest I can't do without having to seriously think about it.
Yeah.
And like subtraction, division, I can't.
But the good thing is too, Jess, there's calculators.
Yeah.
There is calculators.
So,
Yeah.
so you can push buttons, right?
As long as
So
those
you've got some
calculators
digits there to
can
push some
calculate.
buttons, so you've got a calculator. So you don't need to actually worry about whether your brain works in math or whatever. You can do it. You can do full-on equations on calculators now, on the scientific calculators and stuff. So yeah, so
That's
you don't
true.
actually need to be a scholar at anything. If you've got a calculator, you're kicking it with the big guys. So yeah, I'll find a way around every time. I will come back with a way of doing something every single time. My kids have tried it all on me. Everything.
Oh, I don't know. I'll start watching Khan Academy again, and just at least getting it, like getting into the mindset.
Yeah, getting it to be something that's just familiar.
Yeah, exactly. And then I'll look at spending $30,000, $40,000.
Yeah, wait on that a little bit.
Yeah. Haley was playing outside as a kid in the garden and stood on a thorn owl inside the grass. That makes my foot hurt. And I don't even have a thorn on my hip foot. I still have the scar, and now I hate the feel of grass on my skin. Yeah. Fair. I hate the feel of grass. Like, I've got to have really good shoes on to stop me from feeling any of that, because otherwise, like, I kind of get that kind of dance
I
going on.
love the feel of the earth on my feet. I feel grounded when I've got my feet on the earth.
Yeah.
No shoes.
Yeah, it's just it's not something I've ever been able to do. I'm trying to work on it. And again, I think like there's a bit of a mindset thing there, but yeah, that's again one of the things. Just something else to work on.
Yeah.
It's so hard to eat well and cheaply. What were you going to say?
Yeah.
Oh, it's so hard to eat well and cheaply. If you can get TVP, it stretches your memory.
Texturized vegetable protein.
Yeah.
Oh.
I was going to say that's vegetable protein. I just couldn't remember what the T was standing for.
Yeah, it has a texture like ground beef when it's hydrated. Yeah.
Yeah, you just sort of add water to it, and it you can bulk out any food and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because I was vegetarian up and like from 15, and I would even like I eat meat now, but not very often.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That I'll have like tofu more than I'd have meat, and if I do have meat, it'll generally be chicken is what I'll go for.
Yeah.
So I've always used a lot of substitutes for proteins and fibers and, you know, amino acids and all that sort of stuff that you get from your meat and whatnot.
Yeah. Honestly, all this makes me glad that I used to be vegan because because I'm at least used to cooking veggies. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you do want to, like,
and a lot of people have this misconception that it takes a long time to cook vegetables.
No,
it doesn't though. Like I don't know where that misconception come from, because like it's one of the like a stir fry takes literally 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And that's and like it's so weird.
Yeah. Melissa is reading Onyx Storm. Nice. How are you finding it? I did not like it. It was the weakest book, in my opinion. I haven't seen gluten-free wafers, but I may have to kind of visit some other stores.
Try Asian grocery stores, because most of their stuff is usually gluten-free because it's made with rice flour.
Yeah.
So
I want to visit and get some rice papers and make my own dumpling. Don't mind.
We can go to we're not too far from Chinatown, where we're staying. So we can go down to the Fuck You restaurant. It's a restaurant. It's called Fuck You. We always call it the Fuck You restaurant.
Got to be careful with restaurants like that though, because cross contamination and
no, I wouldn't eat there.
No,
It's just I like the name of it.
just take a selfie in front of it.
Yeah, it's the Fuck You restaurant. Probably not even there. Christ, I haven't lived in Sydney for bloody years. I haven't been to Sydney in years.
Sydney bingo board.
Find the Fuck You restaurant. The Coca-Cola sign.
I tagged the 4 of you with a picture of the corned beef and rice we used to eat. That's probably the notification that I got. Nice.
Yeah, I did see something flash up on my computer, on my
Yeah.
speak for yourself there. Call us a heathen.
You can call me a heathen,
Yeah.
Dee, if you like. I'm okay with that. It's cheaper to get a whole chicken than a pack of 2 chicken boobs. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's
actually cheaper for me to go and get a barbecue chook from the local service station because they have a quite a large kitchen there. So they do roast pork. I got a roast pork that would have fed a family of 4 for $8 the other day.
Ooh,
and the
nice.
barbecue chook, whole barbecue chook is $11. So,
yeah.
And I strip it down and then I just put it in portion size and I'll just mix that with my rice or whatever.
Yeah.
And that stretch it out. So it only cost me $11 for a week worth of meat or whatever.
That's what we do.
Mm.
We'll always grab a whole chicken
Mm.
when we do like any roast chook or anything like that. And then it does like at least 2 dinners, usually a couple of lunches. And then we've got the bones that we can make like stock and soup out of as well.
Yeah, I usually give the bones to the cats because they'd eat me in my sleep. They love the stuffing
or anything like that.
They love the stuffing as well. So I take the stuffing out of the chook and I break it up so they've got a little bit for like over the week. I put a little bit like a little topper, crumbs on their food. And like if I don't give them the chicken bones, the carcass, oh my God, there'd be mutiny for sure. Because they're at the door going, like that video you sent me. Because they can smell the chook.
Oh, that was funny. I'll have to see if I can.
That was funny.
I'll have to see if I can find it and send it to you, Jamie. It was through Facebook. Are we friends on Facebook or not?
I don't know. I've been collecting BookTube people on my Facebook.
She's been training us like Pokemon cards. She's been collecting us all.
Well, once I got Coda and Nicole, then I started getting recommended everybody else. So I've been slowly adding them all. Yeah.
See if you can find me.
I got Selena. I think that was today.
My profile picture is.
You're friends with Coda and Nicole on Facebook too, right?
I'm friends with Nicole. I don't know about Coda.
Okay, well, you should be friends with Coda. He's on there. He was my first. He was the one that started my collection.
Yeah, I mean, I am friends with Coda.
Yeah, so I'll just send you through him if I don't have you yet.
I don't want to be friends with Coda.
So you can find me through there. It's the same as my profile on everything right now through KuKi. Yeah. I changed everything to the one profile picture.
Nice. That's part of how I can recognize everybody, even if I'm not sure about the name. Like, I think that artwork is the same still. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Yes. Very good marketing. It's cheaper to get a hold. Yep. I've already read that. I haven't finished it yet, only a chapter, and had to pause to do some admin and take some calls. Oh, interesting. Some people like really love it, and other people are just like, eh. Maths is what made chemistry so hard for me. I could learn a lot of the
Formula.
rote info, like rote learning.
Rote info, but the formula, no thank you. So hard.
Yeah.
Mm.
I had a hard time with the rote learning. In chemistry, I was really good with the abstract stuff and the math, but all of the organic chemistry, I barely made it through because there's so much just straight memorization.
Yeah.
And I'm awful with that. The parts of math I was bad at were mostly that kind of thing too. Just where there's no system to it. You just have to memorize everything.
Mm.
Yeah.
I like this. Math is not my favorite subject, but I learned to love it when I had to teach it.
Yeah.
I love it. High school maths is awful, and good teachers are like a needle in a haystack. Yeah, absolutely. I did have one good teacher the last year that I did it. But even like with some stuff, she still couldn't kind of get me over the line. And I ended up having to do a test in the dean's office. And I mistook a plus sign for a multiplication sign. And I'll never forget that because the look he had on his face was like, oh, for fuck's sake.
So do you have like mathematical dyslexia?
I think so, yeah.
And I don't know what the correct term is for it, but there is actually,
yeah. But I can count to 21 really well.
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
Well, you're doing better than me. I do cross stitch and I can fucking barely make it to 5 without making a mistake. So
I've
my mantra in my
Growing up.
stitch with me is, we all know Nicole can't count.
I've grown up around a group of friends and family friends and stuff like that. And, you know, we get together and play cards every few weeks or like whenever we remember. And that's blackjack.
Ooh,
and so,
my favorite game.
Yeah, I can count to 21.
Anything
probably
be subtraction with that, right? And you probably know enough subtraction to get by with blackjack too, right?
No.
Well, you have to know where your cards are and how many you've got to get to 21 and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah.
Yeah. So you're using subtraction in those calculations.
No.
You just haven't thought about it like that yet. But your brain is doing it. You're just not thinking about it explicitly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it helps, I could never master long division in high school. And when I did maths in a mature entrance uni program and finally learned it in my 20s, having grown up,
having a grown up brain
literally. Yeah. Having a grown-up brain literally really helps.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is all kind of helping me like feel a little less uneasy.
Yeah. A lot of people had really bad introductions to math in school. And it's not their brain, it's the way it was introduced to them.
I had a math teacher that used to, you remember the hard dusters that they used on the chalkboards that had the wooden backs?
Yeah.
I used to have a teacher that used to peg them across the room.
Throw them? Yeah.
Yep. At students and all the rest of it. This is not a good teacher.
No.
And FYI, he didn't appreciate it when I threw it back, and I caught it as well because I used to play softball and I was shortstop, so I was very quick with my reflexes. And he threw it one day, and I pulled it out of the air and I threw it back at him. It wasn't intended for me. The next one was. The first one was intended for someone behind me, but I just was bored and I felt like catching it.
Did you catch your one as well?
Yeah. I'm like, keep going, sir, if you like. I'm down to catch it. And he just looked at me, goes, I'm not playing anymore, and went back to his desk. That was in year 9. I'm sure every teacher at that school, when I left that, because I left in year 9, I'm sure every teacher in that school was happy. Like I think I even heard the champagne bottles being popped in the staff room. But I did have teachers. My brother and sister went to the same high school that I went to in Sydney, which doesn't exist anymore. They knocked it down. But they went there, and there were still some of the teachers that I had when I was at school, and they used to all ask how I was going and all the rest of it. I was obviously made an impression because I was their cheekiest student. Always give them shit.
Yeah.
And 2 science teachers that taught me how to make bongs out of, it was a lesson that we had, how to make bongs out of bloody science equipment. Like, They were fresh
Okay.
out of uni. It was the early 80s on that, so yeah.
Love that science teacher.
I didn't like one of them. He was a bit of a douchebag, and then my parents are like, "We're moving to a new town, and it's called Ballina. It's just down from the Gold Coast."
Mm.
And at the same time, they wanted to move. Mr. Lindsay was getting transferred to Ballina High, and I'm like, "Nope, we're not going. No." But he was one of the ones that taught us how to make, bong paraphernalia, for smoking pot. Oh my god, school was great.
Livia is here. Hi, Livia. How are you? How are you going? Hello, everyone. Just finished to read the chapters of The Perfect Marriage today. Nice. Livia, how are you feeling today? Livia, have you not been well?
She had a fever last time I saw her in comments.
Okay.
Oh, I hope you're feeling better. Hate organic chemistry. Give me electrochemistry batteries any day.
Yeah. I like
That
it better
also
now
goes
than
up.
I did, but
I'm really good with certain parts of certain body systems. Like obviously digestive system, yes. I'm fantastic when it comes to the cardiovascular system. Kind of getting there with like bones and muscles, and like how you actually need, I'm pretty sure it's calcium for like some of the muscle like firing things.
Yeah,
in the
all
nerves.
of your nerves, including your muscles, and all of your nerve cells in your brain as well. All of the firing requires calcium.
Calcium, yeah, it does. That was super interesting when I learned that. And then I'm interested in the immune system, but something always like goes cross-eyed there.
So
So
biochemistry
when it comes to like anatomy and physiology and like getting really down deep in those layers, I'm really good. But give me something like Pythagoras or algebra, and I'm like, what the fuck is this got to do with anything?
You're not really the abstract thinker type. You need it to be more concrete applications.
Yeah, exactly. I need it to apply to what I'm learning to. I don't care about Pythagoras. I don't care about the divine number or whatever it is.
Yeah, all the divine ratio.
That's it.
Yeah, all of that's more like math theory and math trivia kind of stuff anyway.
Yeah.
It's
unfortunately
only
that's the type of stuff
that actually is necessary. Like architecture and art, you're going to use the divine ratio because it's part of what makes things look harmonious. But if you're not doing those fields, it's just trivia.
Yeah, and that's the kind of stuff that's being taught like in this whole course.
Yeah.
Because it's a general university.
They're just trying to keep kids interested. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm like, if it doesn't apply to what I am learning, like I can do it, but it's gonna be some hard yakka. Feeling much better. Hopefully I'll be fully okay soon. Hopefully you are.
No, right? Take a holiday.
And they wonder why their classrooms are in disorder.
Yeah.
Thwack.
But the look on their face when a kid catches it, and then, and the rest of the class is like, yeah.
And I wasn't around when this happened, but also getting like the whack on across the knuckles with the wooden ruler.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. There was an English teacher at that school that I went to. I swear it was all the sadistic teachers in one place. She used to stand on a chair and come down and whack the guys on the hand with the cane.
Yeah, the cane.
And their hands would welt up. And if they didn't cry or make a sound or something, she'd keep going the hack. until she done it,
they
and
did.
she'd do the same with the girls across the back of the calf muscles with the ruler.
I always
Oof.
wonder why they think child abuse like that is going to help. 'Cause
I mean,
that's
No,
what
it
is.
doesn't. It doesn't help. It just makes the
No.
child angry, and like then
Yeah.
you've got a prepubescent, or you've got a young lad that's in the throes of testosterone surges in
Yeah.
their body, and
Yeah.
they wonder why teachers get pushed around and all the rest of it. Well, you're assaulting them.
Yeah.
You know, like it's self-defense at that point.
Yes.
When they're like, I understand that, you know, that was the way it was done and all the rest of it, but there is a way to cane someone, and then there's that.
Well, and just because it's the way it's been done doesn't make it not child
Yeah.
abuse.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
still child abuse, no matter which way you paint it. But I mean, when I was at school, that was corporal punishment was part of the curriculum. You know, like if you fucked up, you got fucked up, basically with the cane or the ruler. That I only ever got the ruler once across the back of my calf muscles, and thankfully it wasn't from her. It was, and I mean, it was my own fault. I told the teacher to fuck off. That because you know. I deserved it, and I caught my punishment and all the rest of it. And yeah, I'm like, sorry, won't do it again. I never did it again. I did under my breath quite a bit, but you know, I never did it in earshot after that. You know, like I learnt my lesson. So what I took away from it was, yes, I can swear at a teacher and tell them to fuck off, but one, I have to be far enough away so they can't catch me. Two, I need to not be so loud when I say it. That's all it taught me. That it didn't teach me not to do it. It just taught me how to do it properly.
And it also taught you that hitting people is acceptable if you're in power.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's that. And so, like, I was lucky enough to not have too many teachers that were into that. Like, there were some teachers that we had, but they were, you know, they were just sadistic assholes.
Yeah.
That, and you know, like one of them, this same school, I wasn't at the school when this happened, but one of a couple of schools combined, and there was a group of lads that came from another school. They were well known around our area, like they were really well known. I knew all their brothers and their sisters, but they were around my brother's age, so 7 years younger than me. So I had been out of school. I was in my early 20s at this stage.
Yeah.
And I was watching the news one day, and my old school was on the news, and these lads that I knew, like I knew all the names when the names were being rattled off on the 6 o'clock news, they had got in trouble from the principal, and so they took the principal's car, wheeled it out onto Epping Highway, and turned it on its roof. That made the 6 o'clock news, and I'm like, nicely done, lads. Like, I mean, the precision that they need to get that, because where the school was, the main entrance was on a side road, and then you've got this major highway going into Sydney City, and it was that North Road, and basically, they turned it up on the roof, and it's like, nicely done, lads. And then there was other times where they filled up the principal's petrol tank with sugar. All sorts of stuff. Like the shit that I used to hear from because like it was after that I wasn't there when this all happened, when they combined the schools. That happened I think about a year after I'd left that school, maybe 2. And they closed a couple of schools down, and so all those kids had to come into one central point. But that school got that bad, and then they thought, you know, change the name because that's going to help. No, the students are still there. It's still going to be the same. And in the end, they just bulldozed the school down and just got rid of the school altogether. Problem solved.
Problem solved.
But, the things that used to happen at that school is wild.
And if you are a teacher, thank you for your service. Minus the corporal punishment.
That's why, like, every time Savannah said, like, when she was saying I'm going to be a teacher, I just was sitting there and like, oh, God help you if you end up with people like I was. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
But I wasn't essentially a bad student. I was just a cheeky student. So I would, you know, give the teachers a hard time cheekily, not to hurt their feelings or anything. Unless they tick me off and I tell them to fuck off, then they get a bit pissy. But, you know, understandably so. I get pissy now as an adult when someone tells me to fuck off. You know, and as a child I did too. So...
honestly serves them right if you clock them. Yep.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't have thrown. I threw it back to him, not at him. There's a difference. Yeah.
See, that's being a good student.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Livia. Glad to hear you're feeling better. Hellos and thank yous. I was thinking the same, Jamie. They don't achieve anything but make students hate them. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure there are better maths like out there.
Yeah. Well, and if kids are doing something that's actually criminal, we have a juvenile justice system for reasons. If it gets bad enough that you need something beyond non-corporal punishment, if it's an assault or sexual assault or something where it crosses a line, there's procedures for that that are way more effective than hitting the kid in school.
Yeah, so for someone like me who was abused at home and then you go to school and you're getting abused, all you know is that when you're in an authority position, you abuse. Right. That's all it teaches. That I had some really good teachers, like knew what was happening at home and all the rest of it. Not that they could do much about it because it was, it was the done thing. That's what just happened at home for most people in that era. So they were good enough to, keep an eye on me, talk to me like I was a human and not just someone to talk down to and all that sort of stuff. And those teachers are the ones that used to ask about me, how I was going and all the rest of it. They knew that I was going to be leaving home very soon and they were keeping an eye on my brother and sister, even though that wasn't happening to them. Right. They still kept an eye on it and they knew that my dad was an ass. He was such an asshole that he turned up to a parent-teacher conference in a pair of thongs and a pair of stubby shorts and no shirt. And I'm like, you disrespectful motherfucker when I think about it now. Yeah. He used to bang on about respect and all this sort of stuff, yet he couldn't have the decency to put a freaking shirt on. I don't care that you got thongs on and shorts, but you could at least put a shirt on. That was just disrespectful. And then I had a teacher that was absolutely fantastic. He was a punk. So he didn't look like, the regular Joes of the school and all the rest of it. He dressed to his persona and all that sort of stuff. And my dad had a lot to say. And I'm just like, you know what? He's the best teacher here. He was actually helping us all to get into careers and, helping the kids that didn't know what they were doing and all that sort of stuff. And here's my dad just trailing him out. And I'm like, you're an ass. It was probably about 8 months after that I left home. I'm just like, you know what? I don't want to be associated with you. Check out. So.
To all the non-Aussie New Zealand people, thongs equals flip-flops. Or sandals.
Yeah. I usually say thong sandals or flip-flops, just to be clear. Yeah.
Faithful was saying, I would say that over the years I taught, I had more good students than bad students. I have adult students volunteering with me now, and it's a cool thing. Nice. Excellent. That would be quite cool to see your
It also
students.
depends also too, what area you're teaching in, the socio-economic area that you're dealing with as well, because let's face it, lower on the totem pole are not great environments for anybody.
I always wish that there was more support for teachers in the lower economic areas, because I always think, well, I like teaching. I would have a lot of fun helping kids figure out while they're still kids how to get math so that they don't get to be adults and they hate math or they're afraid of it. But you hear horror stories of what it's like teaching in the schools where they really need that kind of teaching.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I could handle the bad kids because they can get pretty bad.
Yeah. Well, the punch-ups and just the violence that erupts. And it is mostly boys, but boy, when the girls go off, yeah.
Yeah. So I
That
thought
could
about
be-
it, but
Girls brawling has nothing on males.
Mm.
That the viciousness that comes out of teenage girls is like wild.
yeah.
Yeah. Montessori was definitely my favorite era. I've heard a lot of good things about Montessori.
Yeah.
Mm.
And all the hellos. Also, love and hugs for your health.
Aw.
I don't know what Cisco is. I've taught in London, Bedfordshire, and Egypt.
Nice.
Interesting. That's really cool. Egyptian parents were something else. They would send their children to poopy private schools and then to me at the weekends for the real studies.
Wow.
It was all about the prestige. Yeah, it was.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't know what Cisco is. No. Oh, God.
Yeah, it's not my genre of music for sure.
No, mine either. I'm not an R&B.
No.
I can just picture this now. Hey, Dee Dee, do you want to read the beats? Yep, here's Cisco.
Oh, the thong song.
Oh.
Oh, okay. I do know that one.
Mm.
I do know that one.
I still don't know.
Okay.
I think
feel
I
like-
heard it, but not all the way through.
I
it's been a
think
while.
when I get to
I know
Dee
there
Dee-
is a thong song.
Mm.
Actually, it's not a bad song. I think when I get to Dee Dee, I should expect that to be one of my songs.
Mhm.
Everyone knows that one. Yeah. I will ask you, Dee Dee, at some point. I've got June, and then I'm going to ask July and August when we're at Sydney. There's a couple of people that I'm going to ask. But sometime this year, I would love to have you for Read the Beats. Just putting that out there in a slightly non-pressurized way.
It's fun
God,
trying to
just
figure out
Dee
what
Dee's
your best songs are. The ages.
Yeah. I've got some awesome ones. Like
Mm.
all three of the ones that I'm doing this month have made it onto my list,
Mhm.
which is
I
really
can't
good.
even remember what you read for my songs. That's so sad. It wasn't that long ago.
Savage Daughter, I read Henrietta Lacks. I remember that
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
because I put that on my list. And Rhiannon, I read Practical Magic.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
I can't remember the other one. Oh, Evanescence, My Immortal. Oh, I read
Yeah.
Lesher.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. The one that I haven't finished yet.
Yeah.
Because I
God.
recommended Henrietta Lacks to you, I think, didn't I?
You recommended no, I had Henrietta Lacks for quite a while. You
Okay.
recommended for Rhiannon Daisy Jones.
Daisy Jones, that's right, yeah.
Yeah. Pull sleeves up. Flex his fingers, you will be educated. Oh God. Okay.
Don't forget she's also
no.
got to pick books to go with it.
Yeah, that's true.
So try to make it a little bit gentle.
Mm.
All right. I'm looking at the time. I'm thinking we might do one more sprint at an hour and a half. And we can easily talk for half an hour before
Yeah.
Shimra starts.
I'm sure.
And I will probably head off and be just in the comments until I go to bed because it's 4:00 in the morning here.
Oh,
So it's kind of bedtime for me soon.
Yeah.
Anyway.
oh, look, let's play the game. What's on my...
Okay, so
We've got lots of KuKi.
interesting. There's some KuKi there.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
The Rib
This is,
Bible.
The what?
The Rib Bible.
Oh, Max the Meat Guy. Yeah, I've watched a couple of his videos. What's this one? Oh, Instant Calming.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the songs on my Read the Beats list this month.
Okay.
This guy's really cool. I love this guy. If you guys are looking for a new booktuber, well, like I don't think he's new, but like new to you, he's really cool. He's done some great like horror recommendations and stuff like that.
Cool.
And who the
Nice.
frick is this? I don't know who that guy is.
What's the other one with the big bowl up the top?
The big boss. Uncle Roger.
Okay.
He's like a US Chinese comedian, and
Yeah,
like
I know
Uncle
who he
Roger's
is.
yeah. And then obviously a music mix, not my mix. Then we have some of what's your name, Chris, and some Oblivion Remastered. Nice, excellent. Well, we're gonna go for an hour and a half, and I'll see everybody then.
All right.
See you, Jamie.
Bye. See you next time.
Bye.
Thank you for coming. All right. Welcome back. Oh, no. There we go. I got it. How did you go? You're on mute.
I thought I clicked it. Obviously, I didn't. I got to page 127.
Nice. How are you enjoying
Yeah,
it?
it's all right. It's got elements of Cinderella. That it's a bit slow at the moment, so I don't know.
Right.
Maybe it might pick up. There's a little bit of banter. It's pretty tame and not a lot's happening. You know, he's a vampire. She wants to kill him. He wants to keep her in prison. She's escaped now. Yeah. So it's basically the vampires are ruling, and she's part of a resistance group called the Black Lily, and their main objective is to get rid of the vampires, because they feel oppressed because the vampires are ruling the humans,
Right.
and yeah.
Isn't that always how it should go?
Well, you know, no one likes to be ruled over or feel like they're got no choice. So yeah.
Well, I finished Orgasm University, and that was about what I expected. Absolute trash.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the weirdest nicknames I've ever come across for a clitoris, and that's nubbin.
That made me think of fucking Friends and Chandler's third nipple. He had a nubbin.
And I just kept giggling every time I saw that. I'm like, oh my god. But
Maybe they were referring to that doctored photo of on the Black Lily cover.
But yeah, the more into the sex scenes they got, the worse the writing got, and it's like she just didn't care anymore. But this Wicked Quickies is super fast. It's 79 pages, but
Yeah.
Well, with a name like Wicked Quickies, you want it to be quick.
but you get like that much on a page,
Oh, okay.
and so you're just literally like flicking
So
through it.
basically, it's like the cliff notes of Kama Sutra.
Yeah.
The Kama Sutra with spicy anecdotes.
It's a non-fiction that she's reading.
Yeah, it is.
It's a non-fiction. Wicked Quickies.
You need to send me that link. Got some stuff I want to try.
It's on
Batteries
borrow,
or USB?
at least over here. If you want to borrow it. But you can immediately tell the difference in writing.
Yeah.
Like 100%. I mean, obviously I didn't manage to finish it within these sprints, but I'll be able to finish it before I go to bed. And that's 2 books that I've done today.
Cool.
Very nice.
Not very long ones at that, but like still, it's 2 that I can cross off my list. So yeah, how'd you go, Selena?
I did nothing. No, that's a lie. I forgot how hard it is looking after children. I've been out of my nanny days for too long. And just she's in bed now. And I've got like a stuffed Stitch that breathes. It's meant to be really calming. And she's reading a Stitch book. So I went and like tucked Stitch in next to her and she started giggling. And then cuddled up to him because we both love Stitch.
Are you gonna go and see the movie when it comes out?
Yes, my best friend and I are gonna go next weekend. I think we're gonna do. Yeah, it comes out on the 22nd here.
Ooh. I might have to. So I'm saving. I'm also like saving my movie thing for How to Train Your Dragon.
Yeah. So
Which
we're
is
gonna
legit.
double feature Lilo and Stitch and Final Destination.
Accommodation.
That's an interesting mixture. Coda's going to see Final Destination tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, that, so he's
Oh,
not on
yeah.
screens
It's like
tomorrow.
my teen years were those movies. Those movies were like my teen years. And so we've got a bit of childhood and a bit of teen. And we're just gonna go,
And nostalgia.
yeah, a little bit of a nostalgia day. And then we're gonna come home and read Smart all weekend.
Mhm.
Fair.
Because my best friend's coming. I probably won't be reading Smart because that's during our like arc. Are we still doing the arc weekend? So it's still a thing? Yeah. So it's during that weekend. So
Yeah.
I will be reading my arcs. I've got a few. Actually I have a lot because I accidentally went on like a requesting spree. And I'm like, I won't get anything. My rating is terrible. I'm not going to get anything. I'll have you. And I got most of them.
It's always the way.
And then I was like, uh-oh.
Oh, shit, now I've got to read them.
Yeah.
But I have
I've-
like a good mix of things.
I'm
literally whispering. How
Well,
much
I
stuff
am.
did you want me to get? My grandma's like, shh, I'm literally whispering.
She's a 9-year-old kid. If she's asleep, she's out for the count. She ain't going to hear Jack.
Exactly.
Mm.
But yeah, I've got quite a good mix. I've got some
Nice.
mystery, I think some fantasy, I think a romance. And I have a bunch from NetGalley November last year that I didn't get to. I think one of them's a Christmas cookbook. So Christmas in July.
After heaps of months of being on wait, I finally got Vampires at Sea from NetGalley.
Vampires
I read
at
that.
Sea.
That was quite
You got
different. I read it, reviewed it already. I
Was
got
it
it back
alright?
in November. Yeah, it was all right.
I mean, it doesn't look like it's going to be anything spectacular, but I feel like, if I just need something to just chill out with.
So they're at sea, and if I remember correctly, because I read it in November. I think they go to sea and they're like having sex and stuff. I think it was polyamorous. I think. I'm just trying to remember now. I actually don't remember much about it. I know I enjoyed it while I was reading it.
Nice.
I made like a list so I could see what I requested and what I was rejected.
You do. You have that list on NetGalley.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Your shelf is what you've been approved for.
Yeah.
And down underneath your shelf, you'll see non-active and all that sort of stuff, all those headings. So
and
when
one
you go
of those headings is declined requests.
Yeah. So click on hang on, let me bring it out. Because I might be sending you on a bum steer. Whoa. What the freaking hell happened then?
I got a few new ones actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Make sure you send them to your Kindle.
Yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake. So when you go to your is it your dashboard? No, your shelf. If you go to your shelf, you've got start reading, give feedback, feedback sent, not active. Click on not active. Then you'll have pending request, declined request, archived or not downloaded, will not give feedback. So if you click on decline requests, that'll give you the list of all the ones that you were declined for.
Oh, I was declined a lot. because the one I was really there was two I was really sad about. One of them was The Zodiac Killer by Michael Butterfield,
Okay.
because I love the Zodiac.
That would be interesting to read.
That's
Yeah, I
huge.
got
And
that.
I applied for audio and normal in case I didn't got one and not the other, and I didn't get neither. And I'm really bitchy about it because I love the Zodiac Killer. What if I am the Zodiac Killer and he stopped me from reading my own book? You know. And the other one was Saving Vincent, which was about Vincent van Gogh, who's my favorite artist. So, but yeah, there's quite a bit in there that I wanted. But that's cool that I can see all of that. One was archived, but I didn't download. Oh,
What one was that?
I've got like 2 or 3 of those.
it was called The Sirens by Amelia Hart.
Okay. I'm just trying to find Vampires at Sea, and I can't find it. Thank you very much.
So The Sirens seem to be like a dual timeline story of 2019 and 1800. And it's about these two girls in the 1800s that were torn from their home in Ireland and forced onto a convict ship heading to Australia.
Yep.
And then in 2019, it's about a girl who wakes up with her boyfriend with her hands around her throat. And so she flees to a town in New South Wales on the coast.
That sounds really interesting.
Yeah, I really wanted to read it. The author is a British Australian writer. She was born in Sydney.
Okay.
So
I
think that's why I requested it.
Vampires at Sea, I gave 4 stars, and I reviewed it on the 19th of November last year. I didn't really say much in this review. Vampires at Sea by Lindsay Merriman is the kind of book that will captivate you from the first page. Once you start, you won't be able to put it down. You'll want to devour it in one sitting, which is very true. This thrill, now that I'm thinking about it, this thrilling read combines an exciting mix of fascinating characters and irresistible premise. Vampires on a cruise ship. Had a strong LGBTQ plus representation and horror elements, and you have a winning combination that feels fresh and captivating. The story is fun, gripping, blending suspense, humor, richly developed characters to create an engaging, unforgettable experience. Loved every moment of it. If you're looking for a unique, immersive read with a touch of horror and diversity, this book is a must pick.
Oh, I got approved for Nobody Saw Him by Liz Lawler. It's like a psychological thriller.
Oh, nice.
I got a few audiobooks in the last week.
Yeah.
I got, let me just go to my shelf.
Also got one called Funerals and Familiars.
Ooh, interesting. I got
Cozy.
Eye of the Moon,
Well, that sounds good.
which is book 1 in a trilogy. It is Lady Alice died while reading an Egyptian book of the dead at her Rhinebeck estate when her nephew Johnny Dodge and his friend Percy were 10 years old. The circumstances around her death remain a mystery ever since, and one they are determined to unravel. There is 3 in this one.
Why was a 10-year-old reading an Egyptian book of the dead?
No, Lady Alice
wasn't a
died.
10-year-old.
Oh,
He found her. He was at her estate. I wasn't reading it. Lady Alice was reading it.
It just reminds me of that kid from The Mummy.
Yeah. And so apparently, in this captivating audiobook, award-winning debut novel of Ivan Oblowski, Eye of the Moon is this was published ages ago, I'm sure of it. This was published in 2023. But the audiobook has just come out, so
Oh.
yeah. And when they sent me it, they said, you do realize this is book 1 of 3. I'm like, yeah, well, I just want to see if I like the story or not. If I don't like the story, I won't continue on.
I love the cover.
Of Eye of the Moon.
Yeah, that's gorgeous.
I just got this one too, apparently. It's called, I'll put the link in the private chat. It's called A Cold Dark Place by Greg Olson. It says, in a secluded farmhouse in Cherrystone, Washington, a family has been slaughtered and a teenage son has disappeared. A frightened child or a cold-blooded killer.
Dun, dun, dun. That's how you're supposed to end that
I hope
sentence.
he's a teenage killer. I love teenage killers. I think those stories are really fascinating.
So I
bit of a
also
psycho.
got through for The Butcher's Daughter.
Ooh.
The Heathrow, I think it is, Untold Story of Mrs. Lovett. On that, it's fiction. It's not a true story or anything. The story of a vengeful barber, Sweeney Todd, has gripped fans across the literary stage and screen. But little has been told of Miss Lovett. Okay, so this is from a different perspective. It's in
This is from
London.
her perspective?
It must be, yeah.
What's
London,
it called again?
18. The Butcher's Daughter. So in London, 1887, at the abandoned apartment of missing young woman, a dossier of evidence is collected, ordered chronologically, and sent to the chief inspector of the London Metropolitan Police. It contains a frightening correspondence between a inquisitive journalist, Miss Emily Gibson, and the woman Gibson thinks may be the infamous Mrs. Lovett, Sweeney
It's
Todd's.
now archived.
Yeah. A wicked woman who baked men into pies and sold them in her pie shop on Fleet Street.
I love Sweeney Todd. I love Sweeney Todd so much.
Have you read the serialized version from the 1800s? Wasn't 1800s? 1900s.
1800s, because this is set in 1887, so it'd have to be the 1800s. Oh, no. So, yeah.
The original serialized, I'll send you a link at some point tomorrow, Selena, when I've got a few brain cells.
Yeah.
I think it's called
Send
The
it
String
on.
of Pearls.
Okay.
And I managed to get it for like $2 on Kindle or something like that.
Ooh.
That was an interesting read.
I've got a couple of sorry, so I'll just cut you off. I got a couple of World War II ones. So Call of the Wrens.
Mm-hmm.
So these were historical fiction. Call of the Wrens, where it's women that are so this Call of the Wrens introduced a little known story of daring women who rode through the war in war-torn Europe, carrying secrets to their on their shoulders. So yeah, so there's that one, and then I also got Forgotten Names. There's another one set around World War II. It's in August 1942. French parents were faced with a horrible choice: watch their children die or abandon them for ever. 50 years later, it becomes one woman's mission to match the abandoned names with the people they belong to. So, and I got another one by Emily Curzon, the one that I just read just recently. That's called Lost Orphans. That's where they, in 1941, a couple of kids end up losing their parents and they're orphans. And then, yeah, so I got a couple of historical fictions as well. I got about 10 books. Oh, what else did I get? I also got the Pictorial Key to the Tarot by A.E. Waite. It's been
Yes.
updated, so
I just got this really beautiful children's book called
I just requested that.
The Forest Revealed, and it's like the forest through like paintings, and each forest is like for a month of the year, and it's got a whole bunch of different animals, plants, and insects. And it's supposed to be really beautifully illustrated, and the cover looks stunning. So I'm excited to have a look at that one. That's probably an iPad one because there'll be colored pictures and all kinds of stuff.
I hope I get that. I just requested that because that cover is gorgeous.
It really
chuck it in
is.
the back.
It is.
It is.
It's
Was it the last one?
Yeah, it's the bottom one.
Right. We've got 6 minutes
That's okay.
to wrap up.
I'm pretty quick.
You can do what I
Rapid
do
fire, go!
and like speed read and then just say bye and not thank anyone.
and you did that to us the other day.
That was funny.
So funny.
Oh look, that's me. Good night to Jamie and good morning, Vanessa. How are you? We've had a fun time on Sprint's Reading Smart tonight.
Yeah, mine's been disappointing. Like I didn't have dildos and coffee. So
I didn't have any. I just had a child.
Oh,
well, that's an accomplishment to have a child.
true.
Yes.
Don't know how to
How to what?
go back that way.
Yeah.
It stopped and then it went again. Is it in the right way?
Yeah, it's in the right way.
It's a little
Just-
lullaby.
His fur's caught. Got to cover his bum.
No context whatsoever.
He's so cute. I was like, what the hell is that noise?
I didn't know it made noises, and I got it as a gift while I was in hospital, and I thought it was just a breathing, like because his tummy goes in and out, like contracts, like breathing.
Yeah.
But then it also has like lullabies. So when the girl next door to me in the hospital was annoying me, I just put it on
Nice.
nice and loud so she could hear it.
That's right.
Jonah is here, shamelessly using the stream to figure out in which corner of my internet is today for the stream with James and listen now. Yeah, shitty internet does not help with streaming. Hello everyone, just waking up, getting the kids ready for school. They didn't want to get up, so I started playing the Imperial March from Star Wars loudly.
Is that right?
I will also be reading Sunrise on the Reading.
Is that one?
It's the one that dun 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 dun. Yeah.
Stitch and Final Destination are quite an interesting mix.
I know.
And
right?
Christina is here. Hello, how are you? Hello to everyone. And
I'm
hello to
whispering.
Christina.
How can it be loud? You have TV at like 50, and yet I'm whispering too loud.
Just for her.
She's passed out. She's not going to wake up.
Sorry, Grandma.
Yeah, you're too loud.
Just shut up.
If she fell asleep, well, we were already being
Stop
noisy.
talking. Shh.
She'll be fine.
Grandma will come back in and rat on us again.
This friend, I got some volunteer admin
I have to
done.
behave myself because I'm going there in a couple of weeks. I don't want Grandma fucking ripping me a new one as soon as I walk through the door. Because I'll be just like, fuck.
This friend, I got the volunteer admin done, and now I'm doing a bit of small business admin before I can read for the rest of the day.
Could you
No.
imagine that, Selena, if I walk in the door and your grandma starts ripping me a new one?
Get out.
Okay, I'll be in the car waiting.
Coffee to go?
Yeah, please. We'll just go and sit at the fucking airport for 6 hours.
Yeah. Chantal is the next stop on the KuKi train, so make sure you are on that train. There is a link that I have pinned that Christina, I'm very grateful that you posted. And that'll put you on the train, so you just kind of keep writing it. You just have to refresh every now and then. Please remember to do all the things. And there we go. That is the link that I pinned. Chantal is next. That was for what one? Selena?
Something.
Okay.
Click on it, find
Click
out.
on it and you'll find out.
It's this
What
one.
were the last numbers on it? I'll tell you which one it was.
It's the cold,
8645.
It's
Cold
the,
Dark Place.
Yeah, it's the thriller one.
the teenage
Thank
killer.
you. You're so welcome. Thank you so much for being here. You're so welcome. Thank you for being here. And hello, Molly. How are you? Thank you for joining with 1 minute to go. But keep on here and make sure you hop on the train and see Chantal straight after this. Finished Wild is The Witch last night. Awesome. Have to pick a new book. Perfect. And hello to hubby. Good morning, Jess, Nicole, and Kiani. I just finished The Conjuring by
That's the third one.
Llewellyn G. Smith. Now that the trilogy is finished, I need to follow up with something impressive.
Okay,
Is
so
that
now
As on based on the
Charles-
Conjuring movie?
No,
It won't
it's
be.
The Vine Witch. Now, Charles, you need to
Oh.
read these. The Witch's Lens by the same
That's
author.
pretty. That's pretty.
And The Wolf's Eye. That's a duology. And she has a new book coming out in July,
you
which is
really
set
liked it,
in-
didn't you?
which is set in the 1920s around Hollywood.
Ooh.
So, yeah, I've got a lot of her books. So I have Raven Spell. So this is a duology.
That's the one you told me to read, and I still haven't done it yet.
Yeah, and Raven Song. So that's the duology. And then the one that Charles has just finished is The Vine Witch. So this is the first one.
That's so pretty.
And then there was The Glamorous. That's the second one.
You.
And the third one is The Conjurer.
Ooh.
Very witchy, very good. Oh no, she's one of my favorite authors.
Authors.
So yeah. And so she has, I can't remember what it's called, but she has a new book coming out in July.
Cool. People are saying hello to Charles. I need to read those. Nicole and Christina. And hello to Dee Dee. Thanks, Nicole. I will pick those up. Excellent. Our son read the Vine Witch trilogy too. I really want the physical copies. And yes, I am aware that Chantal has started. So I'm going to figure out how to do this end.
Well, I mean,
screen.
the intro's like 4 minutes long, so
Yeah. So yes, I am going to
I haven't seen this
remove
yet.
all of us from the thing, and I will play things, and we're going to end. Okay, bye everyone.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Grab your ebook and read it.